only doing it I'm talking about a fraction of a degree. It's not noticeable from year to year. It's only noticeable from the first year to the fourth year. And it actually corresponds with what they refer to as the extra accumulated time of the year. So you know how the sidereal year we have 365 days in a quarter,
Wait,
right?
can I ask a question about that? Can I ask a question to clarify Lion's? So, are you saying that the sidereal year and the solar year match up after 5 years? There's some sort of reset to where they get back in sync.
It's insane, bro. The sun literally
am I correct?
calibrates itself. It literally adjusts itself.
Steelman? Is that what you're trying to communicate?
Yeah, but there is a problem because I can map the sun.
Wait, motherfucker! I'm trying to clarify something real quick. Lion. Is that? Yeah, I'm sorry for getting heated, but are you saying every 4 years the sidereal year and the solar year should be diverging from each other, but in fact they actually just reset? Is that accurate? Is that an accurate Steelman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
So it's been a mystery why the Enoch describes the years in 364 days, that we are to reckon a year by 364 days precisely, and not to add to the year, right? And yet mankind has added a day and a quarter every year, right? And then we adjust for that by our own understanding by adding a leap year every 4 years. And there's all kinds of stuff, bro, with the calendar. The Gregorian calendar is the best that we have at the moment, right? Because that's the best that they could think of to rationalize time. But there's a reason why Enoch said keep the years 364 days and keep it like that no matter what, because you don't need to calibrate, you don't need to intercalate, because apparently the sun does all the work for you. Because there seems to be like this expansion and contraction of the toroidal field that you can actually witness this with the sun. Right, the sun is evident that the toroidal field actually expands and contracts. Walter Russell describes it as the inhalation and exhalation of the cosmic pendulum, is what he calls it. And if you understand time, the first person to try to invent a clock was Galileo, because he and it's funny because Tactical French Cat was just looking at Jupiter and the moons. Well, Galileo tried using Jupiter's moons as a clock, right? And then eventually they came up with the pendulum. The first clocks had these pendulums in it that swayed back and forth, because they try to keep time. It gets complicated. Time is insane, bro. Time is insane. But I don't want to get into the minutia and the weeds, bro, because I'm not prepared to really elaborate on this. I don't have all my notes ready and all this. But I'm just giving you a quick summary. That what I've observed, I couldn't explain until I read Walter Russell's work. And he talks here. I posted a little bit of it. I just posted it earlier. I'll post it again. Oh, give me a second, bro. My phone just died.
Yeah, bro, there is a problem with me mapping the sun on the Glissant's map. Is where I get my data.
Right here. And this actually coincides perfectly with the Zadok calendar and the way that Enoch described the reckoning of time, bro. And Walter Russell, he does not know anything about Enoch. As far as I know, he does not know anything about the Zadok calendar, because the things that he wrote was before they discovered the Zadok calendar with the Dead Sea Scrolls. But you see how it goes back 4 and forward 4? The sun does that same exact thing from the equator. But so there's 7 days, literally. There's 7 days in between. It's not. I won't be able to convey my ideas unless I show you. Like, I'd have to show you, like, walk you through this with my sundial, and like it would take a long study, bro. It would take a couple hours just to break it down. It's a lot, and I don't even know how to explain it to you guys. You need to start looking into the Zadok calendar, bro. But the fact that the sun has this oscillation, I couldn't really understand how that was possible. I couldn't wrap my head around it until I found this, and it all clicked this week. The inhalation and exhalation of the cosmic pendulum, the contraction and expansion of the magnetic field. You can see it with the sun, but it's very minute. It's not something that you can like. Here, I'll show you with my sundial, because I can show you with my sundial.
Yeah, you need to have something anchored in the ground.
Yeah,
to
give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you with my sundial. What I've recorded already. I got data.
What you are saying, it's insane, bro. Because I
guy's got data.
don't know. I need to do the mathematical computation from that to map this on the map. But I mean, I don't even know if there is some website that maps the sun correctly without taking some assumption and so on. So it's really hard to tell. I know some websites are pretty close to reality, but you are telling about some half a degree. It's something that is negligible in a.
So this was March 17th, 2021. Around solar noon, right? And so when you go back to 2016, the beginning of this cycle, from 2016, 364 days later, to 2017, 364 days later, to 2018, to 2019, to 2020, to 2021, the sun from 2021 to 2022, you see the shift. You see this oscillation where the sun literally, it looks like it skips a beat, but it doesn't actually. It just in latitude, it shifts a little bit. That's all it does. It's the expansion and contraction of the magnetic field, and you can observe it with the sundial. Now you won't be able to do it any other way that I know of, because even the way that they reckon the sidereal year is flawed, because they use the backdrop of the stars and they use telescopes and they try to. I I honestly don't know how they do it, because it's prone to so many errors. I really don't know how they do it.
Well, wouldn't you just need a post or some type of pillar, and then that pillar is on the ground and the ground isn't moving, and essentially you just in comparison of that pillar's position to how the background of the stars are positioned, isn't that all you need essentially?
I gotta charge my phone. So 7 months later, the sun will return to the same exact spot it was at the spring equinox. So at the autumnal equinox, at the fall equinox, the sun literally returns. It makes its progress back from the Tropic of Cancer. So on its way back from the Tropic of Cancer, it then has to go back to where it came from. So it literally crosses back to where it came from. And I'll show you this right now. Give me a second. And this is known as Yom Teruah, literally the halfway mark of the year. So this is Yom Teruah. This is 7 months later. Now, and then after that, right? So then after it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, it then returns back for the following year to the spring equinox. And consistently, right, from year to year, it matches perfectly. 364, 364, 364, 364. But then all of a sudden, there's like this anomaly where for like 3 or 4 years straight, the sun's been doing the same thing. But then all of a sudden, exactly as the Zadocs recorded in their calendrical scrolls, there seems to be an oscillation that takes place where the sun will literally, it will go back to where it was 4 years prior. It's this expansion.
So there is a
and
leap
contraction.
year. There's a leap year in a sense, like literally, essentially.
So basically, you know, the accrued days that you get, the extra quarter, a day and a quarter days.
Yeah, all
those
of that
days are accounted
backwards.
for. Those days
Yeah,
are
it goes
accounted
backwards,
for by
yeah,
the
okay.
oscillation. It's the best way I can describe it. But so I'm gonna try to show you what I'm talking about here. Give me a second. I gotta find these slides. So you'll notice that this year, September 21st, 2022. Oh no, this is 2022. So this is 2022. Same month, the year later, right? I'm gonna show you the difference. You'll notice there's a week difference here, but yet the shadow is in the same exact spot it was the year prior, but a week earlier in the Gregorian calendar, bro. Well, here people keep posting stuff, so I can't really show you, but I'll post it again.
Yeah, isn't that? Try posting it in the chat for this VC
No,
instead.
sorry. I'm just gonna post it again, bro. So so you can compare. All right, delete this one. So this is what I'm saying, bro. Now, there is like a 40-minute discrepancy here, right? But if you study the shadow at solar noon, bro, 40 minutes ain't that big of a deal. It's not gonna make it shift that much. You think it would, but it really doesn't. But I've done it more accurately. Like this year, hold on, let me show you. So this year, I'm tour this year. I'll show you this year too, bro. Hold on, give me a second.
So is there intercalary days you have to add after like after those 4 years or something, or what?
No, you just shift the week because the way the equinox works. Once the equinox, because the way so you'll see the equinox land on because the perpetual week, the weekdays don't shift. It's a perpetual weekly cycle. The equinox does shift during the week, so you'll have an equinox on the 4th day of the week on a Wednesday. Then the following year, the equinox will be on a Thursday. Then the following year, the equinox will be on a Friday. And then there's like a leap day every 4 years that they literally add to the Gregorian calendar. So it'll jump a day, it'll skip a day. And then you'll have an equinox on a Sunday. And then the following week or the following year, the equinox will be on a Monday. And then on a Tuesday, and then back to a Wednesday. When it gets to the following week, that's how you know during a Shemitah cycle that you have to skip a week. Because then the way this calendar, it's kind of complicated, but it's not. Once you understand it, you'll understand that the oscillation that the sun does corresponds with the intercalation of the Hebrews. So you intercalate when the sun oscillates.
Did they observe that as like a Sabbath for a week or something?
Yeah, there's evidence in First Chronicles when the priestly for 7 days they rested, and it corresponds with the intercalation week. and at the same time that the sun oscillates.
That's right. I've even heard kings declare that as well, right?
Yeah. Yep. So this is 2023 Yom Teruah, but you notice how it's September 20th, right? And then if you look at the other years, September 21st, all the way to September 15th, bro. Right? So September 15th, you had the shadow in the same exact spot, right? And then look at there's a week discrepancy here, bro. So you have from September 15th all the way to September 21st, bro, where the sun is in the same exact spot. But I've literally seen the shadow shift from one Wednesday to the next. So you would have assumed that here, for example, this is hard to explain, bro. That's why I can't. I had to show you, bro, because it's just gonna go in one ear out the other.
Yeah, it is hard to. I'm trying to get to a point of understanding where I know what you're saying. I am having a hard time following. So
there's a guy. Actually, he's doing a presentation today in 30 minutes. It'll be perfect, bro. I didn't even mean this, bro. This
when
is
is
yeah,
when
dude.
is
This is
that
yeah,
at?
dude.
Well,
Right now,
where
and
can
it's funny because
so
I had
where
this
do I
breakthrough
go? Where do I
yesterday, bro.
go?
Here,
Where do
I'll
I go
post it
for
in the
that 30-minute? Yeah, I
This
want
is
to
a
see
homie.
that 30-minute
This is one of my
presentation.
friends, bro. Alan Pizarnik. He's going on, and he's gonna describe this intercalation phenomenon that I'm referring to here. It's not
Is this a
actually.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's on
cool.
YouTube.
Thank you for that.
But I just told him about what I just discovered yesterday. I literally just he's about to go on in 30 minutes. He doesn't even know any of this. But it's literally the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field, bro. Because what happens is the sun, when it returns back to the beginning of the year, it's actually shifted over just a fraction of a degree over. But by the time it does it 4 years in a row, there's a compounding effect. So it's not actually going in the same exact track it was a year prior. That track has now shifted over just a fraction of a degree in latitude. But by the time you get to the 4th year, you have it's a pretty significant shift. And then in 1 year, it literally adjusts itself 4 years. And it just happens to coincide with the Shemitahs, bro. Pretty insane.
Bro, that is insane. So the toroidal field is essentially like breathing in and out on a 4-year cycle.
Yes.
Is there so you've given me the presentation that's going to come on soon. I'm going to watch that. Is there any other like how do I get from my place of knowledge to your place of knowledge with cutting essentially all the corners that are unnecessary, all the pitfalls that you made? How do I cut those corners and get to where you're at a little faster?
I mean, it took me 2 years of manically studying the ancient, the Dead Sea Scrolls, Jubilees, Enoch, plus Rachel Elior's work. She's a professor at the University of Tel Aviv. She breaks down the Zadoks, who they were, where they came from, the Second Temple priests. But if you want, I can send you some PDFs to get started.
Did you refer to a woman? What was her name?
Yeah, Rachel Elior. Elior.
How do you? Do you know how to spell it? Rachel. How do you spell that last name?
Oh, I got you, bro.
Yeah, if you could send me like in the DM, those PDFs, maybe that girl's name, I would much appreciate it. I would like to look into what you're talking about.
Ryan, you've talked with Ken about this, you're saying?
No, not Ken. Alan.
Okay, I got you.
I just sent them some stuff today on Facebook. And yeah, I mean, I know the stuff that I've discovered. They're gonna bite me, and they're probably gonna take it, but it's all good, man. I give y'all, you know what I mean? Yeah, I wanted to keep it to myself. Actually, like selfishly today, I didn't want to tell nobody about it. But then, you know, in my ruach, I was convicted. I'm like, you know what? Just let it out there. Give it to the people. If they take credit for it, so be it. You know what I'm saying?
They can't take credit for the creator's work. He already made it that way.
He
You're
showed
just
me
revealing it. Yep.
People who have credit usually are the ones who take it, though. It's a funny way to put it.
Someone has DM me some things like you will get famous for your work. Like I have something to care about that. I mean, I'm exactly with you guys. We don't care. Truth is truth, you know.
I just didn't understand how the sun could do that. It just didn't make any sense to me. And so I realized that the field itself is actually expanding and contracting. It's breathing.
Well, that's very similar to what a lot of different cultures say, actually. I know, and that's interesting.
And there's no better way to keep time than the sun. Not the moon for months and days, but the sun's supposed to be for months and days, and for seasons and for Sabbaths. Not the stars, because right now, you know, the way that Greenwich time reckons time is the backdrop of the stars, bro.
But did you notice that moon dials work too? Isn't that wild? How could they make all those claims of distances and the way light comes in for the sundial to work, and then a moon dial works?
Yeah, man. So yeah, this all started with Lebet getting on here, bro. But Lebet, if you could please somehow get the data for the circuit of the sun and make it go
Bro,
clockwise.
you just blown my mind. Listen, I am willing to do that, but it may be really hard because there is a lot of things to take in account. You know, I mean, I need to do both models, the official model, quote unquote, with official data and so on, and try to. I mean, it's a lot of information you throw up. Yeah, so it's mind blowing, bro. Yeah, it's interesting. So I will take a look. But I'm sorry if it's not soon because I have a lot of stuff to do. So, but it's definitely in my to-do list.
So if you look at that image from Walter Russell, it's actually 7. Even though if you count 4 backward and 4 forward, that's not how it works. You actually count the middle one doesn't count because that's literally the equinox. That's the very center, and that very center point marks the beginning of a jubilee. And then like you'll notice that, for example, you start the Shemitah on this mark right here. The following year, the sun will shift just a little bit south, a fraction of a degree, right? Literally like 0.2 of a degree latitude. And
Can
then
sorry, Lion, you cannot share the pic and show where you.
Yeah, here, I'll share it again.
No. I mean, you cannot share the screen. and show us
No, I
with
don't have that.
because it's hard to follow where you point. I mean,
I don't have that power right now.
oh,
Somebody
okay.
would have to give me that.
Yeah, okay. Because yeah, I am on the peak. I am with you, the center. You can see my mouse on the screen.
Yeah.
So when you speak about the center, you speak about that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
When you speak about swift drifting, you speak on the left or on the
yes,
right?
left and right. Left and right.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, got you.
So let's say at the beginning of a 49-year cycle, or at the beginning of a 7-year cycle, right? You start off right at 0, right?
Yeah.
Let's just pretend right now we start off at 0, right? The following year, when the sun returns to that same exact spot on the equinox, it won't actually be perfectly centered in the middle. It won't be. It'll be over. No, not that much. Not that much.
So
Just
a little,
just a
like
little tiny bit, barely noticeable, right? And then the following year after that, it'll shift over just a little bit more, and then the following year after that, it'll shift over just a little bit more, and the following year it'll shift over a little bit more, and that's the most it'll ever shift is like 4 days, right? Or on the Gregorian calendar, 4 days on the Gregorian calendar, and then it'll literally just move right back to that center point after 4 years. Boom, right back. And it does it over and over and over and over again.
This part blown my mind, bro. It just blow, like it switched, like say the Prof Noah just before. It's like a reset, in fact.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Like a typewriter.
I don't know if the official data will be showing that. If it, I cannot even know how to verify that, in a scientific way. We need to have a sundial. Sundial is what you call the cadran solaire, the sundial. I mean, it need to be fixed in the ground to be sure to not move. We need, because it's how you can check that and be sure you are not fooled by an error and so on. Does it make sense, my question?
Yeah, so it's interesting because Enoch says that the earliest that the year can begin is on the equilux, according to Jerusalem time, right? And the equilux, according to Jerusalem time, is March 16th. And the sun literally follows the specific pattern that was, that was given to us by the priests. And the equilux happens in Jerusalem March 16th, and the year will never begin on that year, right? The earliest that the year will begin is March 17th on the Gregorian calendar. And March 17th, so when the equinox is March 17th, you already know that it's about to be intercalation and that the sun's about to do an oscillation. You literally see it. So this happened in 2021, where March 17th was the Abib, and then the following year, that same shadow, you would expect it because of the way that the Gregorian calendar works. You would expect it to be March 16th, but it wasn't March 16th. It ended up intercalating that year. You'll see the shift. You'll see the oscillation from March 17th to March 23rd.
Yeah.
Where
I got you. Yeah, it's okay. I don't even know how to plot this type of data. How to find. Yeah, okay. It will be interesting to search. Okay. It's mind blowing.
I'm not the only one that's observed. Like, many people have observed this. Many people. That's why we're noticing oscillations with the sun, things that the sun, and it does not. You can't explain it with the heliocentric model. And I think they just ignore it, or they talk about the Milankovitch cycles and the analemma and the eccentricity of the sun, how it seems to be. There's anomalies when it's at the southern hemisphere. they just kind of explain it away with math.
I mean, even
right?
the Anamela is not. There is one. There is two. How to tell? I lost my word. Symmetry. Sorry. There is two symmetries that is not respected with the Anamela, and it literally destroys the globe because okay, we can get the little circle on the top and the huge circle on the bottom, but every point, every screen, I mean every position, GP of the sun is different from the left and the right of the Anamela. And it's literally a proof of the famous sinusoid things you are describing, you know. So it is this oscillation. I mean, it shows also an oscillation even in the year. So even in the year. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Maybe I get you lost a little bit. Okay. I mean, I got you on this one. I don't know to find this to be precise and so on, but it will be interesting to do.
So for example, 2021, and mind you, this is the same exact spot, right? I'm not moving. I'm not traveling.
Yeah.
This is from where I live, right? I live in Massachusetts / Connecticut. My parents live in Connecticut. When I test my sundial, I test it at solar noon, right? At the equinoxes and the solstices, right? And there's a specific pattern, like Yom Teruah, according to the Zedek calendar, was September 15, 2021, right? So, and it matches up with my sundial. So my sundial corroborates the calculations that were done in advance. So that little marker that you see, the shadow, I just posted it at 12:46 p.m. This is day 1, month 7 on the Hebrew calendar, the ancient Hebrew calendar. You see that the shadow, there's a little marker there. Those little markers hug the gnomon, the tip of the gnomon.
Yep.
And then designates a specific time point of the year. Right? This is the halfway mark of the year. And then the following year, 2022, you'll notice that the same marker is a week later, bro. It's literally a week later, bro. Oh man, let me see. Anyways, I'm about to watch this guy.
The precession of the equinoxes in a sense, Lion. But the problem is when it comes to flat Earth, what is actually the source of the skylights? Is there potential that there's a singular earthbound source? When we consider this, then the greatest thing we have to consider is the dimensionality and the extent of the enclosing barrier surround. That's all. That's all. Place the sun. What is the sun, Lion? Please tell me, what is the sun? The best of your ability to represent. What is the sun?
The sun is the light of the day.
Luminary.
Yeah, it's the luminary to rule over the day.
That's not saying anything. That's not saying
I don't know what it is.
That sentence did have meaning, and I'm sure other people understood it. Did you not understand what I meant when I said that?
But the day is defined by the passage of the luminary, which makes the day. So it's a circle.
Day is defined by the light. If you went outside and the sky was bright and it was warm, but there was no sun, you would still say it's daytime.
Right, but it's only in recognition or gauging of the passage of the luminary, which gives us the date. Oh.
Well, the day and night time. That's what time is based off of, day and night. So
the ball earther has something specific to say about the sun. What does the flat earther have to say about the sun? That's what I was asking Leon.
No, I don't know what the sun is, bro. I just know that it's It's a luminary, bro. I don't know what it's made out of. I don't know what kind of gases it has. I have no idea, bro. I don't know if it's nuclear fusion. No idea.
Is its source above us or below us? Is it possible? Have you considered both?
Hold on 1 second. So I'm gonna show you, because this is already calculated in advance. So I'm gonna post this calendar, show you what I'm talking about. So this is 2021. Abib 1 was March 17th, 2021. The following year, you jump to 2022. Look at what it says. And my sundial corroborated this calculation, bro, which is beyond me, because there was a debate of when to start the year, because some of the Zadok people, they don't believe in starting the year before the spring equinox. And depending on how you interpret Enoch, is Enoch talking about the equilux or the equinox? Because they're different. The equinox is basically universal, but the equilux is dependent on geography. And
What is the equilux? Well, could you explain the difference between the equilux and the equinox, please?
So the equilux is geographically dependent. So the equal night and day is not universal throughout our realm, clearly, right? You have 24-hour sun in Alaska.
That adds to my point that I made earlier, that the daytime. Go ahead, but that adds directly to my point that I just made earlier.
So this calendar only works with Jerusalem time. And it's interesting. Don't ask me why, but it only works with Jerusalem time. And Enoch had calculated this, and Jerusalem didn't even exist, right?
But Salem existed, right? There was a city there before Jerusalem was there.
I guess this was predetermined. But what I'm showing you here, though, you see how it literally skips a whole week, bro, from March 17th to March 23rd, from 2021 to 2022. You see that? And my sundial corroborated this calculation, bro. I was in awe.
What did it do in March 2023?
I really wish I could understand what you're talking about, because I want to share in this.
All right, let me start over, bro. I'm gonna delete these and I'm gonna start from scratch, right? Real quick. I'm gonna run you through this real quick as best as I can, because I can't share my screen, so I'm just gonna post. I'm gonna screenshot this. So, I'm gonna go back to 2016. Okay, let me start at 2017. All right, 2017. No, 2016. I started 2016.
Hey, Leon, you there?
Yeah.
Just curious. Dima was wondering if you want to have a God conversation with FTFE in 15 minutes, just a friendly, and it's up to you. About God, nothing to do with flat Earth.
I would, but I'm about to watch a show. Plus, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. But I appreciate the invite, dude. I really do.
No problem. Welcome anytime.
Yeah, bless. Thank you.
Thanks, Rugged Man. Friendly and FTFE in the same sentence? That's interesting. Shots fired.
Must be on fire.
Good luck with that. It was
every one of those shots landed.
FTFT
that was like fucking Navy SEAL precision strike shots.
So here, where can I post this? Where people are? I don't want people. So I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat for this live stream, man.
All right. So here's 2017. Right. That's 2017.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna do 2018. This is the beginning of the year. This is just the first couple of days of the beginning of the year. It always starts on the 4th day of the week.
AM? What, after creation?
That's Anno Mundi. That's Anno Mundi, since the creation of the world. But that I don't know. I don't even know if that number is correct. I'm still looking into it to verify that calculation. But so you got 2017, you got 2018 right here. You see how it starts shifting, right? From March 22nd to March 21st.
Oh wait, hold up. 22nd is. I see. Yes, it shifts by a day.
All
So
right, now
it goes from March 22nd being on a Wednesday. Then the next year, the Wednesday is March 21st. So
yep.
it shifted by one day. Okay. Now we're
Now keep looking.
2019. It's on the 20th. Okay. Yeah. This is 2019. Can I save these? Do you mind if I save
I don't care, dude.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna save these real quick so I can look at them later.
So you got 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and you start noticing how there's this is the precession of the equinox.
It's now to 18. It skipped 2 days instead of one. It looks like
Because of the leap year. So every 4 years is a leap year because of the Gregorian calendar. They add a leap day. They do. Man does.
okay. So So this is these months are the same length, or how long are these months in this system? A few.
They're 30-day months, and there's an
So
intercalary day every 3 months.
Okay, so it's
Enoch describes this.
is the inticular day within the last month, or is its own its own thing?
It's its own day. It's set apart. It's not
Understood.
supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. It's not part of
difficult
any
to
of the
explain,
other.
bro.
Yeah.
We'll
No,
get into
I'm
it.
understanding what you're saying, and
All right.
that's why I'm being very slow and asking very specific questions. But what you're putting down now. I'm kind of getting you here. So
All right,
I'm
so
up here at 2020. That's the leap year where it skips 2 days instead of one.
and
I'm
then
following.
Sorry, guys. Lion, you're actually dropping that into the VC chat. You're not putting that in the live stream chat.
No, the VC chat, so people aren't
Oh.
typing all over it and having a debate in the middle of what we're trying to look at.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I thought you wanted it so that people watching the live stream could see it. Sorry.
2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. Mind you, 2017 was an 2016, at the end of 2016, there was an intercalary week. That's why you started off March 22nd, right?
That's what I was wondering. You add that week before the equinox, what you're saying. Or the sun does it itself, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you right now. So 2020, so we see it March 22nd, March 21st, March 20th was the equinox on the 4th day of the week, just like Enoch describes. And the sun literally rose in the east, set in the west, and the moon rose in the east, set in the west, and the moon literally trailed the sun perfectly in the same degree in latitude, bro. Anyways, and then you get 2020, March 18th, 2021, March 17th. My sundial was accurate this year, right? And I'll post it again just for this. So this is Yom Teruah 2021. Try to find it. No, Abib right here. Now, okay, hold on. This is the perfect spot for me to put this in. Give me 1 second, bro. I'm trying to help you out with this, Noah, because I know that you're passionate about the faith.
Sure, I'm looking at these things, and I think I'm coming to a better understanding of what you're trying to say by looking at these images you posted. Definitely.
So this right here is the days leading up to Abib in 2021, where there was a debate amongst the Zadok community whether we should intercalate or not, right? And I didn't know. I left it up to
by intercalate. By intercalate, do you mean add another week? Add 7 days?
Yeah.
Or shift the calendar. Okay.
Shift the calendar is more like it. That's. Give me 1 second, bro. Just why is this not? All right, let's chat. Okay, so I'm gonna post the first day of the year. Sorry, I'm just used to saying Abib. So this is March 14th, 2021, solar noon. You can kind of predict where the shadow is going to end up because you can see the incremental change every day at solar noon, which I observed. And, you know, half the community was divided on when to intercalate or when not to intercalate. By this point, most of the community had already intercalated, because most of the community, they don't start the year prior to March 20th because of some philosophical reasons, not because of anything empirical, not because of the sundial, because they don't use sundials. They just kind of basing their interpretation of Enoch. And I didn't know who to side with. I ended up siding with some of the few called out assemblies. One is in Florida. They're called Yadi Ministries. Ben Sholiak is the leader there. And he witnessed certain things with the luminaries that made him and his wife also reckon the moon. And they understood. Anyways, here, I don't want to get into the minutia of it because we're going to get lost. So let me just stick to this for a second.
Well, were they flat earthers, Lion? Those people you were talking about, were they flat earth?
Yes. It's the only way that this calendar will work is if you have a flat earth paradigm in your head.
Excellent.
It's impossible to
Yeah,
figure it out
just
otherwise.
I think so as well. Excellent. Just that.
So this is March 15th, leading up to Abib, bro. Solar noon, I'm measuring it, right? And I'm like, whoa, like it's actually starting to match up with Ben Sholiak's reckoning of time. And then, okay, 1 second. One more, because I'm trying to gather these, bro.
So you're saying the sun does a shift overnight between one
Yeah.
day and the other after a 5-year cycle?
Yeah, it's not a big deal because we know that the sun's moving around
This looks
us.
like a
and
90%. This looks like a 90-degree. Wait, so you're saying on March 14th it's facing one way, and on March 15th it looks like it's 90 degrees over. Or is that just the camera's position? Is the camera pointing in the same direction and the sundial in the same direction and the sundial in the same location in all three of these photos?
So at solar noon, the shadow will naturally point due north. Always at solar noon. So I don't have to do anything. All I do is align the shadow that naturally points due north from year to year to year at solar noon. Right? I don't need a compass. I don't need none of that. The shadow will always point due north. As long as you're within Jerusalem's latitude.
How are you determining noon? Like just with a clock?
Yeah, I use timeanddate.com.
Okay,
but there is a way to determine solar noon with the dial. It's a little bit more complicated because you have to measure, and it does have on the outside of the sundial, it has these marks that allow you to measure solar noon.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because in the morning the shadow elongates. It's and you can mark it in the morning and mark it in the evening.
Shortest point. The shortest point, or when the shadow reaches its shortest point.
Yes.
It's simultaneously pointing north.
Exactly. Correct.
Okay.
So at solar noon, it'll be. You get it?
So I am understanding some of the things you're putting down, man. I am slowly gathering more of an understanding. That's for sure.
So the days leading up to March 17th being the date that was pre-reckoned already, my sundial as a witness verified that reckoning of time. And I was like, wow, Abib won. So you see here, 2021, it says March 17th. Well, what would you expect the following year, 2022? Well, if we follow this pattern, right, we would expect that March 16th would be the Abib. But according to Enoch, you cannot begin the year prior to the equilux. The equilux is the equal night and day.
Right. Okay.
And guess what the sun did the following year?
It's a little too advanced.
This is what blew me away, bro. This is what blew me away, bro. Right here. Look. This is what the day that was already pre-reckoned. March 23, bro, was Abib. That's a week later, dude. And the sundial verified that. No,
Dude, that's actually pretty amazing. Now that I'm wait, yeah, I think I'm understanding that. That's pretty great. Wait, but that's not a this would go directly against the globe model, wouldn't it? Like, isn't
absolutely.
this even could be a globe debunk? What, like,
Absolutely.
that doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't happen at all on a globe.
They would have to patch it again. They already have the eccentricity of the sun with the Milankovitch cycles, right? Even Kepler tried understanding Tycho Brahe's math and observations, because Tycho Brahe had so much data that he spent a lifetime, bro, compiling meticulously. And Tycho Brahe strenuously, tortuously tried putting the data to fit his understanding, his worldview, right? And he wasn't able to. He had to include elliptical orbits, where Tycho Brahe had compound circles, perfect circular orbits, which is what makes the most sense efficiently.
That's the same thing that Ptolemy had, right?
Yeah. Yep. And then Kepler, he's like, well, you know what? I can't make it work with compound circles. Let me just add elliptical orbits. And you know what? Wow. Elliptical orbits, I can force it and I can make it fit. But how do we explain elliptical orbits? What would make the orbits elliptical? Well, he theorized a fictional force. No, a lot of their forces are fictional. He theorized that there was distant planetary bodies affecting the movements of the luminaries. He just theorized that there might be something out there that's gravitationally pulling on. But this is before this was all relativity and all that. He predicted there was like extra planetary bodies out there that were affecting the luminaries and causing them to have elliptical orbits. But that doesn't match up with what Newton described with his centrifugal and centripetal forces. When you use centripetal forces,
Newton's system just doesn't work.
Yeah, when you have a bucket of water and you're spinning it in a circle, you would expect circular motions. If you were to replicate that on Earth, right? How would you get a bucket of water if you're spinning it in a circle to become elliptical?
Well, yeah, that's the thing is the Newton's thing is just doesn't work, man. That's why it didn't end with him. Like there was just glaring holes in the way he predicts it, like the way he goes about predicting it.
So Kepler's laws only work with, elliptical orbits, bro. And if you understand elliptical orbits, they're like oval shaped.
Yeah, Kepler took the conic section and applied it to the sky and saw that it mattered. Or I guess the solar system would have a closer fit to the data if the conic section was essentially used.
So this is how they were able to explain the anomalies with the sun according to their model, because we know they say that the sun, the reason that there's a disparity with clocks on Earth and the luminaries is because these elliptical motions. Now Milankovitch expanded on that, and it's just a mess. The whole thing's a mess, bro. But we know that the sun moves around the Earth, and that the sun actually can adjust itself from year to year latitudinally, for lack of a better word. I don't know how to explain it, bro. I'm not a physicist.
Yeah, it makes literally more sense on this way.
The fact that it shifts 7 days between 2021 and 2022 is, I'm with you on that, man. That's a direct globe debunk. Like that's game over. There's no explanation for that. That's quite defined, and also
but it's not adding days or anything like that. All it's doing it's shifting in latitude just a little bit to make it look like it's adding 7 days, but we're not actually. Time isn't like speeding up, slowing down. Time is consistent.
1 week shift, but the shift is not like a gradient, because you are explaining it shifts in one shot, then it takes 4 years or 5 years, I don't recall, but it takes some time to shift, and it will shift back like a reset again. It's a globe destroyer.
Yeah, it's the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field.
I get you on that, but I join Noah on that. It's a globe destroyer because of this resetting mechanism, you know?
And it just happens to match up with the number 7, bro. And we know that the number 7 is sacred.
God's number.
But this only works if you keep the week perpetual. Once you start messing with the week, time would be lost. Literally. The perpetual week that we have today that somehow has been preserved, because even the calendrical scrolls that I go off of, 2,300 years old, show that the perpetual week that we have today is consistent with what they recorded. So these pagan days of the week match up with the luminaries and the calculation that the Zadoks. That's how we came up with this calendar. Because if it wasn't for the Dead Sea Scrolls, this calendar would have never been figured out. But there's calendrical scrolls like Mishmarat D, Mishmarat C, that they recorded the phases of the moon, the equinoxes, the solstices, the Sabbaths. So like new moon, full moon, etc. And also certain patterns like the blue moon, where you have 2 full moons in a 30-day period. That always happens. So literally in 2017, bro, in the last month of 2017, there was 2 full moons. Just like the Dead Sea Scrolls record 2 full moons on the last month. And then after that, there's an intercalation. And it still matches up. There was 2 full moons. And also the sun and the moon rose in the same gate on the 4th day of the week. It's a lot of crazy stuff, bro. I mean, it's too much to really unpack in a little bit, but I'm just trying my best.
Yeah, it's an insane finding, bro.
But if you all want to observe this, you can observe it, because we're still a few years away from this happening again.
Yeah, there is a lot to comprehend to be able to understand everything. But thanks for sharing, because it's insane. I think there is the show beginning.
All right, let me go watch that.
If you think about it, right? As we come, well, actually, there's lots to say about this. Everything is inverted in a sense. The only way the ball can develop is by the collective decision to have the Earth's surface moving. They tell you different in terms of the historical tale, where Pythagoras, in his mind, developed the ball in terms of sacred geometry and perfect relationships. But here's what I was going to say. The minute we become flat earthers, we're on a stationary Earth's surface. So all of the motions now attributed to the ball to account for what was observed above now can be applied to, what can only be described, for myself anyway, is a singular earthbound source to all of the reflecting skylights, because now we're in a sort of an enclosed surround. So that's what we got to work out. That's what I think. The nature of the movement of the source itself against the boundary, and we use the information given us in terms of the motions of the Earth. With 3 motions in general, but then that's where Mercury comes into it, conundrum of Mercury. So all of the different relative motions have to be sort of inscribed and reapplied to, well, again, this possible singular earthbound source to all skylights. I guess you have to take it step by step. I like that representation, though. Lion, very good. Like that. Happy cycle. The snack was talking about this earlier on as well. Yeah, very good. And I will just say to everyone here, we're all fools. We understand that all of this is known already. our interpretation of information given out. Well, the one thing we know deep down is, well, we're just reading password clues that have already been established. So, yeah, I like that. Say thanks for forbearance today, putting up with PJ, and love to all. I'll talk to you next time.
What happened? Where everybody go? There was somebody talking and there wasn't.
Pump up the jam. Pump it up a little more.
Nobody move. Nobody get hurt.
What was that? Concerto of the Desperado? ROOTS, check the flow.
God spreading the news.
I'm not sure who responded there. Is that Cookie Monster? I'm guessing.
You had to guess.
Yes, I did. You had the lovely dark walnut tones of SC Montreal sort of happening. His voice like this mahogany. His voice smells of old books.
Does it? He sounds very. Smells of old books. What do old books smell like? That's fine.
That's the Captain Poppin coming in here. All right, let's go. Let's do it.
Captain Who?
I got lost somewhere. What was happening with all the moon calendar model builder? It got French. It got scriptural. It got all the things that I love to pay attention to, and can, and have the ability to. Yep. Jeremy, was that French and scriptural enough for you, or do we need to
And
go?
Ken Hovind too?
Bro, I was on a phone call. I might have missed all of it.
Oh, okay.
I can't really follow Model Builder. His accent is kind of thick,
Yeah,
so it's tough.
it's very French.
Yeah, he's like super. He's
very
like Pepe Le Pew.
Did you say
Beyond-
French? French?
It's French.
French? He cannot speak French? Fucking sounds like
He sounds like he eats crepes.
sound like French.
Well,
Model builder
pancakes.
could at sometimes he could just say oui, and we'd just be like, all right.
Oui, oui. Oui, oui.
He could just throw all those weeds in there. We wouldn't even blink an eye at that. It's hard. It's tough. He kind of reminds me of like the Merovingian from the Matrix movie, Matrix Reloaded.
Oh,
best
the
Matrix.
dude in the restaurant with the chick, and he put her to pill, and then she.
I
the
got lost.
bathroom.
I don't even know why all that had to even happen, but this had something to do with the dreadlock blonde twins.
Oh, those things were crazy. They were like floating through walls and shit.
Yeah. What's up? They didn't even make the
Guess how they
third
got
one.
their ass kicked.
They didn't make the new Matrix. Matrix We Kill the Matrix movie.
Dude, the fourth one was retarded. I didn't even know what was going. The last Matrix, I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, how are they doing? Why are they here right now? Like, what happened? How are they just living normal lives?
Right. Yes, that. And then I was like, this movie is renowned for its visual graphics. And then I was like, these graphics are from like a PlayStation 4 game. What's up?
Yeah, they cut some funding out of it.
Intentional shit canning, I calls it.
Well, the twins weren't making it anymore. So what's the money?
The blonde twins should have opened the new one.
Well, yeah, but the other two twins became women, so that's what happened.
Oh, that is weird. Do you think the blonde twins should have been blonde women?
I heard that movie was all allegorical for trannies. It had some tranny kind of undertone thing.
Maybe that's what it was. There is no spoon. Sure there isn't. I think the whole idea of it was dumb, but it was a cool movie. Don't get me wrong,
but filled a lot of people with the wrong ideas, though. I'll say. And I'm not commenting on that. And I don't mean the whole people couldn't wear trench coats any longer. I'm not saying that, but just the idea.
Hold on. Somebody.
Well, Rocky, I understand you don't like me, but you don't have to make noise over top of me.
Oh my!
That wasn't me. I muted when I was chewing.
Sorry about that. Hang on. I don't know why I'm in. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
You hear me now? Because it says I'm on mute.
We hear you.
We hear you.
So you're not on mute.
Fucking
used to
boomers.
mute me when I joined.
Discord.
Yeah, it usually mutes me when I join, but the last 2 times it hasn't. That's gonna kill me. Hope I'm not ordering chicken next time. We're cooking steak right now.
Bro, we catch you ordering chicken nuggets again, it's over for you.
Is cooking steak all right? Because that's what we're doing right now.
Oh, that's all good.
All right, I'll try and maybe it's a setting or something, but it definitely is not muting me the last 2 times. It usually says join muted, but now it's joining me without muting me, so that's dangerous.
If you like leave the call without muting, then I think it might rejoin you as.
Oh yeah, you're right. It does do that.
I guess.
All right, thanks.
It does do that. Never thought about it being right. It's just one of those days.
But yeah, anyway, the TLDR on the whole talk with Line AVI and Model Builder was that Model Builder wanted to look into this 4-year hiccup of some sort. I didn't really get out of it what was going on. But it had something to do with the solar cycle.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I'll get
the
that.
expansion and contraction of the magnetic field.
Lion, is this the thing where you think the sun is skipping 7 days or something?
Yeah, yeah. So basically, the toroidal field that the sun rides in, it's breathing, and it literally expands and contracts. Walter Russell, which I had no idea, it's just a coincidence, but I guess Witsit just told me today that he did a big presentation at the Flat Festival, whatever it is, on Walter Russell, and it's just a coincidence that I was reading his work this week. Yeah, and it's Walter Russell describes it the cosmic pendulum, the inhalation and exhalation of the magnetic field. And I mean, I've observed this with the sun, but I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't have I wasn't familiar with his work. But after reading some of his work, I just had a breakthrough yesterday, bro, regarding this topic, and it's pretty incredible. Because now I can explain it. Empirically, I can explain. I wasn't able to explain it, but people thought I was crazy. Like, oh, like what do you mean? Because it's a slight.
Well, I probably still think you're crazy, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's a slight because the way the breathing works, it ain't like a traditional pendulum. Because when you take a deep breath, right, you take a breath, and then it's like
it's a sine wave.
The way that the toroidal field works, it's like it's breathing in like at a steady rate, and then when it gets to the 4th year, it contracts immediately over like in 1 year period, it returns back to where it was before the sun. But you won't. It's an incremental change from year to year. It compounds. You won't notice it. You only notice it from the 1st year to the 4th year. I just did a whole thing on it real quick, and there's so much more to it, but that's just a quick explanation.
Sounds interesting. I don't know what it means, but
Well, it's an interesting concept because if they knew like actually that was happening, then anytime they did a measurement or something like that, they could do it at such a time of year or within the cycle that would throw, I don't know, reality off, but bolster their numbers. If they're real tricky, like.
So the sun does all kinds of crazy stuff that it doesn't work on their model. Like they try to patch it up with the Milankovitch cycles and the sun's eccentricity and elliptical orbits and weird stuff like that. But really what the sun's doing, it's just, it can move, a fraction of a degree north or south from the equator. But we're talking about like a minute, less than a degree, bro. We're talking about fractions of a degree. I don't think they even have a metric for that. It'd just be like a point something, like a 0.2. So you won't notice it unless you have a sundial. There's no way that you can optically observe this phenomena because the way that they optically observe the sun right now is in reference with the stars. And that, you can already see all the problems with that, right? That's how they actually calculate the year, bro, is in reference with the sun and the backdrop of the stars. But we know that the stars themselves are also on their own precession. And it just, I don't know, it's problematic with the sidereal year. And
it's not the only way they do it. They also do it by the position of the sun. It's the position of the sun and the way it's tracking against the fixed stars, which both align to both. They both come up to the same number, which is what the 0 degrees of Aries point is. Like meaning that the 0 degrees of Aries, when it's at that point, the sun will be at 0 degrees of Aries when it's at the equator. So it's like it's syncing up the position of it at the equator and with its position in relation to the fixed stars. They're both synced up. It's not really one or the other. It's like both.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. But the sun will literally backtrack. Not like it won't go back like backwards. It'll just like shift in degrees latitude. But I'm talking about fractions of a degree. You would only notice it with the sundial. I've only noticed it with the sundial. I don't know how they would know. You know, maybe they're using like this observatory or something, but I really don't know. And I don't know how they would justify it with their model. Probably some, you know, they probably include it into the eccentricity or the, you know, how there's like a disparity between the north and the south, and the sun speeds up and slows down. Like, how do they explain that in their model? You know what I mean? They use eccentricity. But yeah, it's like taking a breath slowly, right? And then letting it out quick. And it does that every 4 years. There's some calculations that show it happening like maybe once every 100 years or every couple 100 years. It might do it every 8 years, but I haven't verified that, so I'm not sure. Pretty crazy though. So like at the end of its breath, right? Let's just use breath metaphorically. So at the end of its breath, the field's breath, right? It'll be like March 17th on the Gregorian calendar. And then all of a sudden it'll go to March 23rd. Like the shadow on the sundial will literally shift from March 17th to March 23rd the following year. And then it'll do the same thing. So then at 364 days after that, it'll be March 22nd. 364 days after that, it'll be March 21st. Or there might be a leap day every 4 years, so it'll jump to March 20th, and then 364 days after that, it'll be March 19th, and it'll be verified by my sundial. And then 364 days after that, it'll be March 19th, 18th, and then 17th again. and then all of a sudden it'll go back to March 22nd or March 23rd, depending on the leap days. Pretty crazy stuff. And I'm not doing anything with my sundial. I'm doing the same measurements. There's no reason why it would change like that drastically, but it does. I mean, there's no conventional reason why it would change like that drastically. But it's just moving. It moves around up and down degrees latitude. But creation apparently began in the middle of this breath. So like that's why it's every 4 years instead of 7. So like the Shemitah doesn't necessarily begin at the beginning of the breath or at the end of the breath. The Shemitah actually begins in the middle of the breath. So like on the 4th day of creation, the sun and the moon and the stars were appointed at the same time. On the equinox, on a full moon, with the sun and the moon at the equator. And this is verified even today. And then you had a year later, the equinox would have been on a Thursday or on the 5th day of the week. A year after that, the equinox would have been on a Friday, 6th day of the week. A year after that, so forth and so forth, until you get to Sunday, which is 4 years later from the beginning, from when the sun and the moon were appointed. And then that's when you see this drastic oscillation. Because otherwise, it's just incremental compounding. You don't notice it until you see it go back from literally the equinox will jump from, or not the equinox, but the sun.
Dude, do you
equinox.
understand the implications of what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's
very
going to be
aware.
looking at the sun and it's going to just, somebody's looking at the sun and it just skips through the sky, like teleports through the sky.
No, nope. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen drastically like that. You notice it from, like, for example, I'll tell you when to observe this phenomena. I can actually predict it. ahead of time and tell you when to look at it. And you'll pull out your sundial the last year and then pull it out at the same time the following year, and you'll see the drastic change of the shadow. Like, I'm not the only one that's observed this. So like by the time you get to Sunday or the last day of the week or the first day of the week, the sun has now shifted. The shadow itself, like you'll see it on your sundial, it'll shift. So like, let's pretend that, let's not pretend that's what it is. So March 20th, on the 4th day of the week, on the equinox, on a full moon, is according to the Zadok priest. That's the beginning of creation, when the luminaries were appointed. Then a year later, 364 days later, Abib is March 21st. And then 364 days after that, it's March 22nd. Like that, you know what I'm saying? I know it sounds crazy, bro, and I'm not even doing any justice explaining it to you, because it's going to go in one ear and out the other. But people that are in this stuff, they understand.
I don't know, bro. Document it so we can see it.
It's in the chat, bro. It's in the VC chat. It's in there. Go look at it. I can show you, because this is pre-calculated ahead of time, and the sundial just testifies of the calculations that were done ahead of time. This is pre-calculated. The 364-day year kept by the Zadok priest was one of fixed Sabbaths, calculated in advance and based on a symmetric division of days of the year and its seasons into equal 7-day periods. In my opinion, the best definition for the year is neither a solar nor a lunar solar year, but rather a 7-based or septenary schematic year that is not ultimately dictated by a plant. Because right now, Judaism, they basically, if the barley's ripe, it's time to start the year. Priestly courses were fixed based on a divinely revealed, fixed, calculated calendar. It provided the basis for the sacred calendar and the entirety of the priestly courses. And so with the calendrical scrolls that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you can actually, with the data there, you can just formulate the calendar ahead of time. And then surprisingly, my sundial verifies the calculations, even today. with the Gregorian pagan weekdays and the luminaries, bro. And the shifting that occurs according to the calendar, because even in the calendar you have this intercalary week that occurs in the middle of every Shemitah, in the 4th year of every Shemitah, and it corresponds, bro, with the sun, even today. But I posted some of it inside.
All right. Well, when was the last? All right. When was the last Smeagol?
Well, the last intercalation happened in 2022. And the next one will be 4 years later. Or 7 years later. Let me see. So we got 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028 will be the next time that you'll see the sun do this. Because it took from 2016 to 2022 for the sun to do this, what I'm talking about. So I posted, so for 2017, you'll see March 22nd. 2018, you'll see March 21st, because this is a 364, 364, 364, 364, 364. And then you get to March 17th, right? And then you would expect March 16th, my sundial, to mark March 16th as the beginning of the year. And it didn't. It ended up being literally a week later, March 23rd. And this is all calculated in advance. And my sundial verified each one of these beginning year markers. But how could you jump from March 17th to March 23 is beyond me. And I wasn't able to explain that empirically. I didn't know how to, I didn't have an understanding of the way that the toroidal field worked. I didn't know exactly how the sun was doing this. But apparently it's because of the expansion and contraction of the magnetic field itself. So the toroidal field is literally breathing. But it's not breathing like a pendulum, where like the pendulum has a constant swing, consistent swing back and forth. That's not what we're seeing with the sun. The sun will literally swing one way, like it's taking a breath, and then it'll exhale, and then it'll move right back where it started in 1 year. But it doesn't shift like you think it does. Like it ain't gonna move like high speed in the sky. It just moves in latitude. It moves in latitude. It makes it look like that on the sundial, though.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. I have someone who wants to invite to the server.
Gio, are you there?
Jeremy, sorry to interrupt. I had someone who wanted to invite to the server.
I hear you. Gio, are you there? All right, what's their name? Are they in here already, or they need an invite? I mean, you can invite them to the server.
Oh, I can invite them?
Yeah. Do you know how to get an invite link?
1 second. Let me bring it up. All right, their name is Estrella 3771. I just invited them.
Okay. Let me know when they're in. I'll give them the voice privilege, the voice talk permissions or whatever it's called.
I don't know this person. They were over in the let's see, politics and religion server, and they were saying something about like one of their servers got wiped, and or no, they were saying that one of their servers got removed from their list. So we didn't know. We had heard like one of the servers got like deleted and wiped by Discord, and we didn't know if it was that or if she had gotten kicked or banned from the server. And then she was saying how she got a warning that the 24/7 Flat Earth
Yeah,
Discord
it was
was
Jen.
violating the rules or something, and she got scared and left that. So she was looking for a different Flat Earth Discord.
Okay, well, yeah, let me know when she's here. I'll give her the permission to talk.
Oh, so you're familiar about a server getting wiped and deleted?
Gems just did yesterday.
What server is that?
It was called the Debate Flat Earth and More.
Oh, that's what she was talking about. Yeah.
It's back up. I heard too, though. I don't know.
Yeah, they made a new one.
But yeah, Jeremy. Another thing that I mean I can't verify, but I think is also going on, and this I'm not trying to give the Globers any leeway on this, but I think that there is a connection with the toroidal fields breathing, right, or expanding and contracting, and also the Earth's crust itself. But it's like I said, it's minute. Probably I don't know how you would go. I don't know how you would verify this. I don't know how I would go about proving this. This is more of just a hypothesis. But I think that there's something in line with the magnetic field itself. Not because we know that the Earth does expand a little bit. Like there's circumstantial evidence that do support that that both the sun and the moon do have an effect on the crust itself, with waves and stuff like that. But beyond that, I think the magnetic field itself is affecting my sundial, the way that the sun, the way that the shadow, you know, I don't know how to explain it, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's hard to convey these things. I don't think we have a language to do it. I don't have a language to do it. Well, and we're talking about just a little bit, bro. It's not going to be like drastic change. It's not like a, you know what I mean? Like I can show you on Stellarium how it looks like. It's barely noticeable. But
Is
it's
that a
enough
land
to.
tide? Is that
What
like a
happened?
land tide? Are you talking about like a land tide?
Yes. It corresponds with the sun's oscillation. Call me crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? People, you know, when you first come to Flat Earth, people think you're nuts too. So, you know, I'm used to this treatment already. It's nothing new to me. You know what I mean?
Well, you know every plant follows the sun through the sky.
But you know, I don't want to give the Globers any leeway because you know they talk about the universe is expanding, but this is completely there's nothing to do with that. And then you got Xanax saying that the Earth goes up with gravity, and listen, nothing to do with that. Completely different. Just understand that the system that we're living in is alive. It's a lot more vibrant, and it's like a like Walter Russell. He says it, the cosmic pendulum, bro. And this breathing effect that all of creation is doing. You know what I mean? The sun does it, the earth does it, but it's a minute expansion. You won't notice it. You literally need a sundial. It's like the only way that I can observe it. I don't know any other way to observe it.
The seismometers can pick up flocks of birds. You think they get that?
No. Nope.
Isn't that the only true way we got to measure the movement of the Earth?
What do you mean there's no movement ever measured. What do you mean? Like earthquakes? You saying? Like tectonic shifting?
That's the only movement ever recorded, right?
Yeah. I thought you meant like spinning.
If that was happening, you'd always have a lean, your equilibrium.
That's trippy though. What Geo posted looks trippy. So I just Jeremy, I just posted. This is Stellarium. Now, I don't trust Stellarium wholeheartedly because I know it's just an algorithm, but it does fit to what I'm saying. So if you look, if I zoom in the sun, this is at the equator. This is from Ecuador that I did this, and this is early in the morning. This is 7:22 a.m. from Ecuador, Quito, Ecuador specifically. Only because I want to. It's easier to observe this phenomena when you're right in the middle, and you'll notice that even though it's March 20th every single year consistently, you'll notice a slight shifting of the sun. Right. This is the shifting that I'm referring. It's very slight. It's just minute. It's just enough that you could see it go from the right side of the sun to the middle of the sun to the end of it. You see it? It's in Livestream text 1. Now it's literally fractions of a degree. Like we're talking about under 0.2, bro. If you look at the top, the radius, I'm not the radius, the latitude is at the top. And this is from, I'm pretty sure that this is This is an azimuthal grid. I'm pretty sure. I think I clicked azimuthal grid. But you'll look at the top. It says point. It'll say 00.06. I mean, I can redo it. I made this GIF on Photoshop, but Adobe Premiere. But I mean, I can redo it.
So the stars aren't exact.
No, yeah, forget the stars. The stars are a distraction. They just muddy the waters. Don't even worry about the stars.
I was just curious because it seems to me that the same day there's a different set of stars, so it's not in sync with the clock. That's all I'm thinking.
No, yeah, you're right. And the stars are irrelevant for this. You shouldn't even use the stars at all when reckoning the year. I would not use the stars at all. The stars are for the ages. I mean, we could debate on that, but that's just my opinion. You know, I mean, it's not gospel.
Well,
That's my understanding.
I just go back to the Dipper off Polaris. Isn't that where you would find your alignment for your year with the Dipper around Polaris? Because you got all 4 seasons.
Nope, nothing to do with that. The way that you find your alignment is by having a fixed position on the earth, either a sundial or an obelisk, a gnomon, a peg, a dowel, a monument. Right?
Yeah, you're still looking at the sun. I was just looking at the stars. It's just different. That's all.
But we know that the only thing in this existence that's stationary, movable, is the earth. So you use the earth in combination with the sun to reckon the year. It gets a little bit more complicated when you add the 7th-day cycle of the week, but I don't want to get into. I'm just showing you that this phenomena that I'm referencing. It's not like the sun's like moving across the sky. Like that's not what I'm. You're misunderstanding me. It's a very slight oscillation. You know, it's an oscillation.
It's a deviation from the previous year.
Yes.
So that says that's not exact where it's supposed to be. Because if it was right, it would be right every year on the same date, right?
Exactly.
So now you're looking at the changing of signs, times, and seasons.
But stellarium is flawed anyways, because stellarium doesn't actually it's not accurate. Like what I'm showing you here is just an example of what I'm talking about, but that's not accurate to what I see what my sundial do. My sundial is more accurate than stellarium.
Yeah, I get that.
All right.
Because these are actual observations that you're making with the sundial. I get you. It's what you can get hands on and measure for yourself, right?
Exactly.
And yet they got then they got sundials that's 750 years old, still accurate to the minute.
Exactly. This is way off, actually. If I was going to compare this with my sundial, it's way off. But this is just an example so you can grasp what I'm saying. Like a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah, well, that's a series of pictures. Just be technical.
Yo, Tor, you there?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, man. The sun's been constant since the beginning, bro. It's not deviated from its orbit. But the Milankovitch cycles. They say that basically there was like something happened in the past where now the luminaries are like seeking equilibrium, so they're like adjusting. You ever heard that before?
Yeah. I don't think that's the way it's going.
No, yeah, me neither. That goes along with their idea of the sun's eccentricity, how the tilt and all the tropics have moved. Hey, let me see if I can find some literature on it, bro. I remember reading about it.
I thought that guy Allen had a good visual representation. I just wish he would move the menorah, not the numbers, to make it make more sense for the people.
Yeah, I stopped watching him, bro. I mean, yeah, bless his soul. I'm just saying, like, he needs to talk more about like the science behind it. You know what I mean? Like why the sun does it. Because I seen Sean in the text asking him like, well, why is it? If you go back 3 days, how could you? You know what I mean? I don't think Sean understands that the sun oscillates.
Yeah, no, the way that you explained it earlier, dude, that's what, it needs to be more in depth in explaining why that's happening. And your observations that you've actually taken to see this.
But I'm thinking that I think the Earth might actually, like all of creation, might actually be like expanding and contracting just a little bit, just a tiny little bit, ever so slightly, bro. Barely noticeable.
Yeah, I always thought that that's what's going on for sure. That the earth is like breathing in and out almost. But like you said, unnoticeable to the point that I contribute. I think the sun takes a wavy path rather than a perfectly straight line.
It's spiraling.
You understand? Like I think it's definitely spiraling, but I also think it could be going up and down in that spiral.
Oh
Like
yeah, for sure.
vertically and horizontally, right?
Well, that's what Gleason said. Now I'm still trying to understand it because a lot of people say it's like a focal point, it's like a projection. So I'm still trying to figure it out, bro. I don't have all the answers, but I know Gleason did a lot of work. He contributed a lot of time, and he has a lot of data.
Yeah, the sun is a mystery, though, bro. Yeah, it is, because I don't even want to attribute heat to the sun. I think it's just like when the sun's out, the Earth gets heated up coincidentally. I don't think the sun though itself is hot, but I don't know.
We have in 1934, Australian astronomer George Daldwell turned his attention to the obliquity of the ecliptic. His investigative research spanned many years and was not published in his lifetime. Daldwell discovered that the historical data, which dated beyond 2000 BC, deviated from the contemporary average rate of half an arc second every year quite significantly. In his studies of various ancient astronomical and solar observatories and the data the ancients collected on the shifting obliquity. And this is called the curve of obliquity, and I'll post it in the chat. Now, I don't subscribe to this theory. This is science trying to understand the sun according to their heliocentric model. But this is the graph, and it shows that it's been stabilizing over time. I've done a lot of research on this. Like this is my area of specialty. But
where are you posting that? Where did you post that?
Live stream text one. It says, as the obliquity declined over the centuries towards the current 23.4 degrees, it formed a very recognizable pattern. This is what Milankovitch refers to as, and I'm posting it right now, the curve of recovery. And as you see the wave, it was more extreme. The seasons were more extreme. The temperature differences between summer and winter were more extreme. And the tropics would have deviated from their current position of 23.4 degrees by at least 5 degrees, dude. Theoretically, even more than that. Now, I don't subscribe to this theory. This is their own understanding. This is part of the Milankovitch cycles, and it involves the axial tilt and a bunch of other bullshit. But
so this would create a milder climate too, which would they can cover that up by saying global warming or something.
Yes. So apparently, we're actually entering into a more stable. Yeah, like a more stable atmospheric. I don't know how to phrase it, bro.
Yeah,
You know
not big swings. Yeah, not as big of
less
swings
swings
from winter to summer. Yeah.
The curve of recovery. Each successive wave decreases in size. Now this is over. I don't even know how many thousands. This is what's it say here?
Which is weird because don't they say that the sun is going further and further every time, like past the Tropic of Cancer or what's the south one? I always mix them up.
Capricorn. And you know how I remember that?
What?
Because Capricorn has horns, and I think of the devil in the south. Down below us.
Oh, okay.
So that's how I remember, because I used to always forget too.
I'll remember that. Yeah, so don't they say though that the sun is traversing past that tropic now? Like every year a little bit further and a little bit further.
And they say that the moon is drifting away an inch a year, and this, dude, they say all kinds of crazy stuff. They make all kinds of crazy claims.
But that's huge because usually everything that they say, it's actually the opposite. If it's getting like its path is tighter to the equator, essentially.
So
that would be the exact opposite.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Dodgero's research implies that, unlike the accepted Milankovitch theory, the shifting obliquity could actually be a stabilizing effect, leading to more temperate climates.
Yeah, which they're showcasing as global warming.
Yeah, but at the same time, somehow, yeah, we're heading towards global warming. So if you look at the graph, I'm gonna try to pull up a higher resolution graph so you can read it. Curve of recovery. Milankovitch. Dude, I bring up Milankovitch, and the Globers don't even know what I'm talking about. Dude. It's like, how do you guys not know who Milankovitch is? It's like your whole model is basically dependent on his theories.
These almost look like Ewar slides.
Yeah, that's where I first heard this from, bro, years ago. I don't know yep. I know you would know Ewar, but not a lot of people know who that guy is either in the Flat Earth movement.
That's weird. Yeah, that's strange to me.
How'd you find out about Ewar?
Well, I got into Flat Earth like at the end of 2019, and I think that was like one of the first videos that I watched. I can't remember. I think he came out with that in 2020 or something. I don't remember. But yeah, I couldn't find any information. All I was getting was like Professor Dave and all these debunks of it and everything. And then I started to find a couple things, and that was one of the videos. Well, that was like a 5-hour-long thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
man.
I know he's recanted, a lot of it, which I'm okay with. Like, I think that he made, but I think there was also a lot of good stuff in there too.
Yeah, this is the video where he recanted the stuff, actually.
Okay.
So like, you know how Vibes of Cosmos has this like greater Earth and like the procession around the greater Earth. Well, this is the video where he actually had both sides. Like he talked about the curve of recovery, but then he also showed how the ancient monuments go against the Milankovitch theories, that there wasn't a stabilizing effect and that the tropics never shifted, that they've always been consistent, which is what it's biblically accurate. That's like, I got multiple verses that state that the sun and the moon have not deviated from their paths, and they're stable and keep their oath until the very, very end. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, which that's a vague timeline. You know what I mean? Until the very end. You know, that could last 500 years.
Literally until the tribulations. You'll know, you know what I mean? You'll know, because the sun will basically be blotted, like it'll be covered, and the moon will start acting crazy. Like, we're not there yet, bro. We will know it.
Yeah, no, I hear it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a better. I can't even find a better one, bro. Let me see.
I feel like I remember this too. I think I know exactly the video you're talking about. This is when, isn't it when he like made a new channel and he was doing a lot of stuff with wood and nickels or whatever?
Yeah.
Yep, I think I remember this.
I don't know, man. I can't find it right now. But there's
I'll
some.
go. I'll
There's,
rewatch those videos.
there's some good images, though. I mean, they're just as good. But I'm trying to find the specific one. But depending on who you ask, the degrees of shifting could, they're drastic, bro. You got some models that go to 27 degrees, bro. The 27 degree in latitude. That's where the sun used to go to. But then when you look at all the monuments, bro, they still line up. They're angular. They're angles of elevation for the sun. Like it wouldn't match up with the let me see if I can find some pictures with the portholes. So this book right here does a lot. I bought this book and it talks a lot about it.
So are they trying to explain like the wobble used to be significantly more and now it's lessened out? Like that's what you're saying. It's getting to its equilibrium, which could just be total BS because no one can prove that it ever was those high swings, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. This is just another story they're making up to make their model work.
So this is from the same video, but you can see how the crepuscular rays that would shine through the window or through a porthole It was usually a porthole like this one. This is an actual picture, bro. This is from one of those cathedrals, those Tartarian churches.
Yeah, I remember that light would move throughout it, right? Would move through the building. Yeah, in the day. That's insane.
So this is more of a Renaissance time frame, but it was no different in the ancient Egyptians, the Incas, the Mayans, in Peru and stuff. Pumapinku. They had similar architecture with literal portholes, bro.
Yeah,
I seen
think
a
about
woman.
that architecture though, like to make something like that and then have the floor, the line on the floor be centered on that. You know what I mean? That's crazy, bro. In order to build a structure of that caliber that can do that, I mean, you have to know a lot more about what's going on here on the earth and in the sky, way more than what we recognize today, I would say.
So and then it has to do with the equation of time, all of it, how to track time, and the NLMA and all that stuff comes to play.
Yep, I remember that one. That is an epic one. That's one I gotta watch over again for sure. So many videos, like it's so much information, it's hard to get it all in one sitting.
But yeah, in 1 second. So I got some quick verses for you, bro, regarding the sun, how it's not shifted. You have Enoch chapter 3. All who are in the heavens know what is transacted, that the heavenly luminaries change not their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, every one at its proper period without transgressing the commands. They behold the earth and understand what is there transacted from the beginning to the end of it. You got Enoch 41. And I beheld the receptacles of the moon, whence they came, whether they preceded their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than another. Right in the sun. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and undiminished progress, their observance of a mutual fidelity by stable oath. The sun goes out first and completes its journey in obedience to the command of Yahweh Sevaot. Poem is his name forever and ever. And you got Enoch 69, 28. By his oath, the sun and moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command to them forever and ever. Psalms 89, it shall be established forever as the moon, as a faithful witness in heaven, Selah. And then if you observe, like I mentioned earlier, the calendrical scrolls from 2,300 years ago to today, the sun and the moon are consistent. They still match up with the days of the week. They still match up with the equatorial degrees in latitude. The monuments still line up with the equinoxes and the solstices, showing that they have not deviated from the orbits, that there's no eccentricity, well, at least that the way that they say it is. Yeah, man, it's the sun has not deviated. There's this idea that this Milankovitch cycle is bunk. It's stabilizing.
Yeah, that's a weird way for them to even try to come up with something. Now it's stabilizing, like, or has it always been stable?
This one right here, this picture, it shows eccentricity, obliquity, and precession. Precession.
Oh, I like that subject.
Oh, right here.
All those cycles are called Milankovitch cycles.
Yes, sir. Good job.
But it
How
was
old are
just
you?
the change in eccentricity.
Aren't
How
you
old am I?
18?
No.
Oh,
I
I'm
thought
thinking
I
of
was
somebody
18.
else. No, I'm thinking of the other guy. My bad. You sound the same.
Oh, I was 18 once. Maybe that's why. So each one of those cycles you think don't exist, doesn't exist.
Huh? What'd you say?
Which one of those cycles you think is not real?
None of them.
You don't believe
I
that
mean,
there's a
the
precessional
the only
equinox?
the only one that I would say is somewhat accurate would be the sun's eccentricity,
You mean
but
the orbit?
not the way that they describe it.
You mean the orbit eccentricity?
Yeah, the sun orbits the Earth, not the Earth the sun. So the sun does have has an oscillation.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
but I
there is a
think that
precession of the equinoxes, but it's not the way that you guys describe it either. It's not a tilt.
I mean, of course, if the Earth isn't orbiting the sun, if it's like a flat Earth and the stars and the sun are above the Earth, obviously none of those things are actually real, but they have they're related to actual cycles. Like the orbital precession is pretty much the same as the precession of the equinox. So even if Earth is not a globe orbiting the sun, you still have the precession of the equinox. It's
Yeah,
just not
but yeah,
just not the axial tilt. It's something
yeah,
else. But yeah.
correct.
All right.
I'm glad that you can actually see from my perspective, though. That's cool. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
the stars are moving around us. We're stationary. The stars move around us, and at the equinox, they precess just ever so slightly every year. And by it's 1 degree every 72 years approximately. But it's they're in lockstep, right? So they just move around us, around the geographic center, which is around the North Pole. I wouldn't say that Polaris is the specific center of existence, but it's close to Polaris. It's around Polaris. Polaris does have a specific circuit, though. It has a very small circuit. It does move.
Yeah. Well, the equinox is just like the sun has its own cycle, so it moves between the tropics. And whenever it finishes one cycle, it's usually over the same portion of over the same constellation, but it's slightly shifted every year. That's what the precession of the equinox is describing. Is the discrepancy between that's like a solar year and a sidereal time.
Yeah, I just talked a lot about that. I don't want to rehash it, but yeah, man.
Don't worry, no need to.
But like the idea that the tropics have shifted from where they are right now is unsubstantiated, just like gravity.
You think there's no evidence for that, or you think there's evidence against it?
There's zero evidence for the tropics shifting from where they are right now.
But it also don't think there is evidence that it's not shifting. It's just there's just not enough information to.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's even NASA. Even on the NASA.gov website, they actually outline all the architecture. Here, I'll show you. I'll link it to you, bro. So the way that the way that NASA rationalized the ancient monuments in South America aligning today with the equinoxes and the solstices, because once this news came out, they had to come up with something, right? How could these? Because if you understand the Milankovitch cycles, every 2,000 years the tropics would have shifted by 25 days, which would have it would have changed the
Hang on.
elevation. Hold on. I'm almost done.
But you lost me.
Oh, all right, where did I lose you?
Okay, you were saying that even on NASA website, and then it really didn't get what you're saying. They're saying.
So, I'll link you to all the different architectural monuments, right?
Yeah,
like
they're
like
ancient.
you got Aztec, you got Mayan, you got Egyptian, all over the world. You got Hindu monuments, and all unanimously, right? All line up even today in 2023 with both the solstices and the equinoxes, right? But according to your model, there's an axial tilt, right? And that axial tilt can shift anywhere between 21 to 27 degrees latitude. Now, some conservative models will say 22 to 25 or 22 to 26. It doesn't matter. It's all theoretical, right? But if what you're saying was true and there was an axial tilt, right, then these tropics would have shifted from their current degrees in latitude, which is 23.4 degrees. And if that's the case, then if 1 degree every 72 years of axial precession, you would expect a 25 day shift every 2,000 years. A 25 day. Hold on. A 25-day shift, right? So right now we witnessed the winter solstice, December 21st, right? But according to your model, it wouldn't have been December 21st, 2,000 years ago. It would have deviated by at least 25 days, right? You add another 2,000 years, it would have deviated 50 days. So when you look at these ancient monuments, the elevation angles of the sun at when they were constructed, right, would have been different than today. But yet the elevation angles of the sun still line up even today to allow the light. Hold on. Because we know that according to your model, light is parallel, right? The light rays are parallel. Hold on. You're not even. Can I finish? According to your model, the light rays are parallel, right? So these little portholes that are only like a golf ball in diameter, right? Some of them bigger, some of them smaller. It doesn't matter. The way that the elevation angle works, these light that's how you knew it was the winter solstice, because only on the winter solstice would this porthole light up a specific idol inside the temple. In Egypt, for example, on the winter solstice, only on that day does the sun line up perfectly for the light to shine through the temple wall onto this idol. And it would do it from year. Hold on. It would do it from year to year consecutively, right? And it's still doing it today. Well, you know how NASA rationalized that? They said that the ancients, well, at least specifically with the South American temples, you had a NASA engineer say that they planned ahead of time and built their monuments for a future generation to rationalize their model, bro. That's what they said. Now go ahead. You got the floor. Rebuttal that.
You there, Bacon?
That's hilarious that NASA would even make a claim like that, especially when they think, people before us were, not as smart as we are today.
I don't think that's the case, that NASA said that. The temples pointing at the equinox makes sense, because the equinox, if you point anything at the equinox, the Earth spins around and it wobbles. But the North Pole stays the North Pole and the South Pole stays the South Pole, which means the equator is equidistant between them. So anything pointing at your celestial equator is still pointing at your celestial equator. If I've understood what you're saying correctly.
It's not just the equinoxes, brother. It's the solstices too. Both the summer and winter solstice. I mentioned the tropics specifically, which correspond with the solstices.
And why would the tropics move?
You tell me, bro. That's what I'm saying. They haven't moved.
They don't. In our model, they don't.
Who's the one speaking?
Model. You don't know your model, bro.
Is that Egg
They
speaking?
don't move in our model.
Oh, here we go. This guy's back. What's up, man?
Hey, man. Yeah, to me, I mean, unless I've got it wrong, our model says that they don't move, that the pole processes around. The pole is only processing around in space. It's not processing around on Earth. And the location of the pole is what gives you your tropics and your equator. So unless the pole's moving, necessarily the tropics cannot move. I can't get closer and further from a pole. So that's why I'm doubtful that NASA said that these ancient civilizations planned on where it was going to be thousands of years in advance. I think they pointed it at something, and that thing hasn't moved.
It was an engineer that works for NASA. So NASA as an organization didn't officially make like a public statement like that, but engineers that work for NASA did. And I'm trying to look for it right now. Give me a second.
Yeah, and the equator and the tropics, those are lines taken off the sky. Right, Egg?
Well, it depends how you look at it. Like they're a thing that exists that is like a point at which the sun's GP will not go below. So yeah, you're looking up in the sky, but you're locating that to a point on Earth where 90 degrees up is the sun, and below those or above those tropics, the sun will never be 90 degrees, and that depends on the axial tilt. The axial tilt processes around, but my understanding it always stays at the 20 whatever degrees it is. If that's the case, then the model doesn't dictate that the tropics should move. I've seen this thing before because I think it started originally with a Indian astronomer. Sorry, not astronomer, but like archaeologist who was pointing this out in a temple in Madurai in India. And then a load of people were like, oh, actually, if you look at a lot of these temples, like Stonehenge is another example. But the only way that would show a problem with the model is if the model said that the tropics should move. That's what we need evidence of. That will
So then you agree Polaris has been the North Star as long as time has been?
No.
Okay. You don't think that those lines coincide with that at all? If there was a different North Star, wouldn't that change the tropics?
Nope. So the North Star is like the way I'd put it is like, imagine you're a ball spinning on a Harlem Globetrotter's finger, and he's standing directly under one light in a stadium doing a show, and then that would be for you on the ball. If you were on that spinning ball on his finger, then that light would be your North Star. Now, if he walked to the point that the ball was pointing at another light, that would be your North Star. The position of the North Celestial Pole on that spinning ball hasn't changed, just what it's pointing at has changed. So what we're talking about is something on Earth pointing at a celestial, like off the Earth at a specific angle is always going to be pointing off the Earth at that angle. What it points at is going to be different. So when Ptolemy wrote in star charts, Thuban was what we now call Thuban. He probably had a different name for it. Was the North Star. And Polaris was way off to one side.
Real quick. All right, real quick. This is from Wikipedia, so take of it what you will. The Tropic of Cancer's position is not fixed, but constantly changes. Now, they have a reason. They have a because, but, I mean, we can move forward with that.
Sure. I mean, it's changed, but it's constantly changing. By how much? Maybe I've misunderstood the model.
It's definitely not a fixed. Definitely not fixed, though. So your model says it is, in fact, changing.
Well, but it's changing by how much, right? Like, you know, these things always come down. Like, if it's going to come down to degrees, and it's like, oh, well, sometimes it's a couple of years north or something like that. But for this, it needs to be significantly out of whack over the course of thousands of years, not like throughout 6 months.
Yeah, I don't know what Lions. Yeah, I don't know what Lions claim.
So
I'm just
saying, it's right there.
Does the Tropic of Cancer change, or is it fixed? It changes.
You got models, theoretical models between 21 degrees and 27 degrees is the most that I've seen, right? Conservatively, you got 22 to 25 in latitude. But those are significant. Those are significant. It would affect the angular elevation or the elevation angle of the sun.
Okay. Yeah, so here it says it moves by like 2 degrees. So then if you were on the tropic's going to be a fraction of that. So yeah. So basically beyond that is what I'm saying, it will not move. So if this thing is precise to, what is that? I'm trying to think of how that's going to work. If the overall tilt of the thing is, struggling to get my head around it at the moment. If the overall tilt of the Earth is between 21 and 24.5 degrees, that's 2.3 degrees it's actually tilting by. But does that move the...
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what the tropics, that's literally what's moving. Because according to you, it's the tilt of the Earth that's moving.
But
the tropic of the
thing
sun.
That's moving, but the thing that's moving, like changing our pole star, isn't... I'm trying to think of how to say this. Isn't so much the tilt, but that the tilt is precessing around. So it's like a spinning top, right? When a spinning top starts to flow down, it will wobble around, but the center of its rotation stays roughly on the same point, right? And it will draw roughly equal circles as it precesses. So an equatorial line or a tropic, a line of a tropic on a spinning top is still going to remain roughly the same. Like from this year, it's going to wobble back a tiny bit. I mean, something that would be interesting is if you go, okay, if that's moving by that much, just call it exactly the same amount and then say, are these monuments accurate to within more than 2.4 degrees?
What you don't get is that it would change the current position of the tropics, like on our calendar in real time. In 2,000 years, according to your conservative estimates, right? In 2,000 years, it would shift the current day of the winter solstice from December 21st, either 20 days forward or 20 days backwards. If you include
20 days forward and 20 days backwards, that's like what is that? That's like a 13th of a year. That seems struggling. I got to be honest, I am struggling to get my head around it now. I'm starting to doubt myself, but that
it's crazy,
sounds like
right?
a lot.
I know. And that's conservative because some of their estimates, it goes all the way up to 27 degrees. So right now, if you shift the tropic to 27 degrees latitude, bro, go look at the map where 27 degrees is compared to 23.4. But that's at the most extreme that I've seen.
I'm not getting anything
even between
to 27.
even between 21 and 25, that's still a lot, bro.
Yeah, archaeoastronomy of ancient monuments. Yeah, this is the one I have seen. That he started doing this in temples in the south. Okay, let me try and find the thing. The thing I also am wondering about this is is does it really matter if the winter solstice moves 20 days, but it moves at snail's pace, right? Just insanely slowly. How would we know that? Because we're still going to, we don't have, we don't use the same calendars that they did in Jesus' time, for example. They didn't use the same calendars that they did 4,000 years before that, and 4,000 years before that. And that's what you'd need. Like the biggest differential, you'll be getting, like if you went back to 24,000 years, the calendars match up again. Like, we don't have any record of, I don't even think of writing for 24,000 years ago.
Is he breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, sorry.
Anyways, Lion, did you watch that thing that you sent me? I watched it. The guy with the menorah and how he shifts the calendar.
I started watching it, bro, and then I got bored and just jumped off. I mean, because I already know a lot of it already. Plus, that guy, I don't know, he did a bad job explaining it, bro, to be honest. And I don't know, I think he made some errors trying to explain it, but it's all good.
Yeah, man, I was just working, so I kept it in my ear, kind of playing while I worked, and I was listening to him. And essentially, it seems in that system, every year starts at the equinox, and essentially the cycle begins when the equinox starts on a Wednesday, and essentially, whenever there's an equinox, you count 364 days from there. So you would start when there's an equinox on the Wednesday. That would be your start date. Then 364 days from there, that's the end of your year. You add another day, that's the beginning of your next year. Or no, there'll be gap days essentially. Or
so I'll explain it. So according to the Zadoks, right, and Enoch, when the Creator appointed the sun and the moon and the stars on the fourth day of creation, right, he set them in motion. Right, he set them in motion on the fourth day of creation, which was on, literally still matches up today, which was on the equinox with a full moon, right? But that was the fourth day of creation, so there was 3 days before that, right? That's March 20th today, the equinox. So the following year, 364 days later, that lands you where? On a Tuesday.
March.
The year always begins on the fourth day of the week and ends on the third day of the week consecutively, right? From year to year to year, right? But you'll notice that the equinox doesn't actually move, like I just mentioned. It's fixed, right? What moves is the calendar. The 7-day week moves. So the following year, the equinox is no longer on a Wednesday, on a pagan Wednesday. It's on a Thursday, right? And then on a Friday, and then it might be a leap day, and it'll jump to Sunday, and then on a Monday, then on a Tuesday, and that's what the equinox does. You'll know, like we just noticed earlier. You've seen it earlier, right?
Right. So
I'm just pausing in case you got any questions real quick. But
so I'm just gonna start from there's an equinox on a Wednesday. Okay, let's just make that our year one, day one, Wednesday, year one, day one. It's the equinox. Okay, so this 364 days from that. It would be a Tuesday, but the equinox would be a day later. So the equinox would land back on the Wednesday? No.
No. The equinox stays the same. The equinox doesn't move. What moves is the week. The week is solid too, but it's the Go ahead. It's the precession of the equinox.
On day one of year two, what day of the week would it be? Thursday?
Yeah.
And then the next year would be Friday.
Correct.
and then the year after that, it would be Saturday, or would it reset?
Yes. Well, no, it'd be Saturday, but sometimes there's a
Okay,
week there
so
every
that
4
would be
years.
so year 1 Wednesday, year 2 Thursday, year 3 Friday, year 4 Saturday. Year 4
And
is
then
Saturday.
and
What
then
happens on year 5?
Saturday
Yeah.
is the last day before you see this oscillation take place with the sun. So you'll see literally the oscillation take place, and then on the following
What?
year, yeah.
That's crazy. Okay,
So
got it. And then
but
the following year will be back to Wednesday.
yeah, but it'll be, you got to look at the pagan days too. So it'll be like March 20th on a Wednesday, right? Then the following year, it'll still be the equinox will still be March 20th, but now March 20th is a Thursday. Then the following year, it'll still be March 20th, but March 20th will be a Friday. And the following year, it'll still be March 20th, but March 20th will be a Saturday. You get it?
Right. And then the 5th year, it goes back to Wednesday. Or am I incorrect? Because year 4, it's on Saturday, right? The equinox is on Saturday.
No, it just keeps cycling through the week, the equinox.
Oh, wait, it goes to Monday then. Or what Sunday? Sorry, Sunday.
What changes is the beginning of the year. So the beginning of the year on the Jubilee starts on March 20th on a Wednesday on the equinox, right? But the following year the year's not going to begin on the equinox. It's going to begin on March 19th, a day before the equinox, because it's 364 days later. You end up on a Tuesday. Is the 364th day is a Tuesday, and then the following year, which is day 1, Abib 1, would be on March 19th,
Okay.
and then the following year after that, it's going to be March 18th, and then the following year after that, it's going to be March 17th, and March 17th is literally the earliest possible day that you can start the year, because according to Enoch, the last possible line of the line of demarcation is the equilux, the equal night and day according to Jerusalem time, which is March 16th. You cannot start Abib March 16th, and oddly enough, this is when the sun oscillates. So it'll literally go from on my sundial, it'll mark Abib will be March 17th, right? And then all of a sudden, the year after, my sundial marks March 22nd, bro.
So this oscillation of the sun that happens between Saturday and Sunday happens on the 4th, essentially at the end of the 4th year. Between Saturday and Sunday, there's an oscillation in the sun, or
yeah. And the way I can describe it, because it's the creation week, right? When the sun and the moon and the stars were appointed, they were appointed on the 4th day of creation, which was in the middle of a breath. So pretend that the toroidal field is breathing, it's expanding and contracting, right? According to Walter Russell, it's the inhalation and exhalation of the magnetic field, right? But it's not like
so
it's
that's
not
after
like
the inhale. So the inhale happened, and
so
then
the inhale happened on day 1.
Yeah, got it. And then it
So
proceeded, and then day 4.
You're breathing, right?
Was
You're
between
breathing.
the
Day 4,
inhale
you're
and the
halfway in
exhale.
the inhalation. By the time you get to but it's not like a pendulum where it's consistently going left and right. That's not what's going on with this breath. It's like this. If I could mimic it, it'd be like this.
Okay,
Just like that.
can I try to break it down without using any Gregorian calendar dates and just start, and we just call it like obviously Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right? Because that's going to remain consistent. But I'm just going to try to get this down with no March, no Gregorian dates, just right. The first month, first day, first year, that would be the equinox, and that's creation, right? This after 364 days, you're on Tuesday. Then the 365th day, which is when you stop counting, that's a Wednesday. But the equinox would land on a Thursday, so there's a day that's not counted essentially in between.
Yeah, you don't count the 365th day ever. It's
Yeah,
always
okay, so
360,
you
364.
always start, day one is always the equinox, essentially, is what you're saying. Yes or no?
No.
Day one is not the equinox.
Oh, of the Jubilee, only the Jubilee. So you got a Jubilee is made up of 7
Oh, okay. So
weekly cycles.
day one is, so let's start with day one of creation. We add 364 days to it. Now we're at Tuesday, and then the next day is Wednesday. Is that the first day of the year or the second day of the year?
Okay, hold on.
Or is
Let
it
me
not
explain it to you
even one of
again.
the days of the year?
Day 1 of creation, right, is day 4 of the creation week.
Wednesday, yes.
When they started counting, it's not literally the day 1, because day 1, the sun and the moon and the stars weren't appointed yet. You had day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. That's when the Creator set the luminaries in motion, right? So you
Wednesday.
start the calendar on day 4. And that's the way the Zadok. I get this from the Zadoks, right, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, because they observed according to them on day 4 of creation week. That's when the sun, the moon, and the stars were appointed. It was a full moon on an equinox. So at the equator, the sun and the moon rise and set. They rise in the east and set in the west. The sun and the moon literally trail each other, bro. Enoch describes this meticulously.
Right, I get that part, but I'm trying to understand without using any dates or whatever. Just the amount of days. What happens 364 days after that first or after that fourth day?
That's
364 days
the
after that fourth day.
364th day would be a Tuesday, always.
Right. Okay. And then what? Wednesday.
It would be 365th, always.
I see, but not counted. And then Thursday would be day 1 of the next year, or day 4 of the next year.
No, day 1 is.
When does the next year start?
Wednesday, always. Right after the the 365th day is day
It
1.
always starts on a Wednesday. Okay.
Yes.
It always starts on a
365th
Wednesday. But
is Wednesday,
okay,
day
so
1.
on this calendar, the equinox is actually moving. Whereas on the Gregorian calendar, the day of the week is moving, essentially. Right?
No. Yeah, I know it's hard to understand, bro. So the equinox doesn't move, bro. What moves is the days of the week through the equinox.
But the first day is always Wednesday. The first day of the year is always a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so the equinox might happen on the second, third, or fourth day of the year, depending what year it is.
Yes. It cycles through the whole week. Abib, or day 1 of the year, cycles through the week.
Does it land on Sunday, Tuesday? Does it land on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday?
I'm sorry, I
or
misspoke.
It does not, right?
The equinox cycles through the week, but the equinox is always March 20th. Now, according to Greenwich time, it can shift. It could be March 19th or March 21st.
No. Please. No March.
All right.
No March. No Gregorian dates.
All right.
I just want to talk about the day of the week and the equinox. So in year 1, the equinox is on Wednesday. In year 2, the equinox is on Thursday. In year 3, the equinox is on Friday.
Yes.
In year 4, the equinox is on Saturday.
Yes.
Right? Okay, what happens on what day is it on Sunday on year 5 or no?
Yeah, it cycles through. Yeah, so it will be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The equinox cycles through the weekly days, except the leap days make it jump a day. Every 4 years, it jumps a day. It skips a day. But when you look at the numbers of the week, it actually lines up with the equinox, with the Zadok calendrical scroll. So like, you start off the Jubilee on March 20th. So halfway through the breath, you start off the Jubilee. It's counterintuitive because you would expect it to oscillate at the end of a Shemitah, but that's not what we see. We actually see it oscillate in the middle of a Shemitah. You understand or nah? You still not getting it? So day one
So
of creation, the
I'm
moon and the sun
understanding
and the
that
stars were not appointed yet.
every year starts on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That's making sense to me. So every 364 days, it's a new year. That year starts on a Wednesday. That makes sense to me. The equinox, I get, but wouldn't the equinox just keep? You're saying the equinox essentially moves back 7 days, or I
No,
have to get a
the
fucking
equinox is
paper
March
or something,
20th.
dude, to look at
The
this.
actual equinox is March 20th, from year to year to year to year.
Right, but I'm saying that those years are 365 days. So that means every year the equinox would go 1 day further on the 364-day year, would it not?
Well, that's what we see going on. That's called the precession of the equinox. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So the precession of the equinox makes the equinox cycle through the weeks, through the weekdays. That's why it's a little difficult, and I'm surprised you grasped as much as you did already, honestly. But I'm trying to explain it to you. So like the creation week in the biblical calendar, the creation week started on day 1, right? But day 1, the luminaries weren't appointed yet. You didn't have timekeeping yet. Time didn't actually begin till day 4 for us, right? Because the luminaries were appointed for us to keep track of time. Well, day 4, he appointed the luminaries to give light, right, unto men. For signs, for Sabbaths, for feasts, for months, for days, for years, right? He appointed the sun. Well, the sun was appointed on day 4. That's why you start on day 4. Every year starts on day 4 and ends on day 3. I mean, trying to explain it to you, it's going to be very difficult, bro. I got to show you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, wouldn't the equinox keep moving farther and farther?
Yes, until the oscillation takes place, bro.
And the
And the
oscillation
oscillation
takes
always
place.
takes place when the year begins on March 17th is the earliest possible date that the year will begin.
And how many years between March 17th equinox?
7 years, bro.
So every 7 years, the oscillation takes place.
Yes. But it's because at first I thought that dictated the end of a Shemitah cycle, but I was wrong. As I studied it more and more, I realized that actually it's counterintuitive, but the oscillation takes place in the middle of a Shemitah cycle. Because the reason being is because that breath that I'm referring to began on day 1, right? By his breath, by the word of God, all things were created, right? So his breath began on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. The sun and the moon are appointed. Well, you're already halfway through that breath, and he exhales when it gets to Shabbat. He rests, right? So on Shabbat he rests. And then when the equinox lands on Shabbat, so on when March 20th is a Saturday, you know that the following year there's going to be an intercalation. But when the equinox is Saturday on March 20th, usually, as far as I've been keeping track, that year, that Wednesday is March 17th. So March 17th is on a Wednesday, and March 20th is on a Saturday. And then the oscillation takes place with the sun, bro. You can literally see the sundial verify these calculations, bro. Pre-calculated already. It's insane, bro. Like I try to explain it to people. Most people aren't gonna understand it.
I think I'm understanding it. I need to get myself a sundial though. Is the next step then. I need a couple rings, couple portals. What is yours divided into 24 or 12?
What is?
Your sundial, like the amount of angles that you have.
I got 6 gates.
6 gates, okay. Okay.
Yeah, man, it's real, and the moon. That's a whole like the moon comes into it too, bro, and it's complicated, man. I've been studying this for a couple years, but I was talking about the tropics, and then I didn't even get the link that NASA guy. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it one-on-one, I can like screen share. I'm on another server. I can show you like more in detail and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, not right now, but I'm down at another
Yeah,
moment. I'm about to get somewhere right now.
yeah, not today either. I'm about, yeah, I gotta get out of here soon. But I'm just
Oh yeah, I'm down to look at the calendars and shit. I'm kind of thinking about it. I mean, I watched that whole video and I was thinking about it, trying to understand what it is exactly. So, I mean, yeah, I'm down another day.
so these are the gates. I posted this before, but maybe in case you didn't see it. This is a GIF or a GIF. I don't know, whatever. And then I posted this earlier. There's a couple different ones, but this is an oscillation that I'm talking about. But Stellarium doesn't actually show it accurately, but it's still a good representation of what's going on at the equator. And this was from Ecuador. But you could see if it plays, there it is. Oh, it's kind of. Oh, here's that NASA site that I mentioned earlier that I was in a link. So this is ancient observatories locations and observatories Abu Simbel, Egypt. But it says sunearthday.nasa.gov, so it is official. And if you click in here, there's different ancient megalithic structures, and from varying sites around the world. You have Stonehenge, you have all kinds of Chichen Itza. I don't know how you pronounce it, but they show all the different alignments. But they were forced to. One of the engineers was forced to make a comment on what we just talked about earlier. I don't know if you were here for that, Noah. Were you here for that?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, is that guy? I think Eggshells left though.
I know we started talking about it's all good, man. I don't care. So this is a justification from the engineer. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, there you go. He misses the evidence he was asking for, doesn't he?
Okay, right here. The pyramid of Kukulkan, a processional alarm clock. A processional alarm clock. It says here, when the Toltec people moved to Chichen Itza, they merged their own zenith cosmology with the Mayan system, and the result was the pyramid of Kukulkan. This has been designed so that every year on spring equinox, the afternoon sun causes a shadow place so that it appears that a huge serpent is descending from the sky down the pyramid. However, John Mayer Jenkins shows that the pyramid is much more than the equinox indicator. It's a processional clock with its alarm set for the 21st century. Now, John Mayer Jenkins. Let me see who this guy is. There's more out there. I think this is the one. Let me see, John Mayer. No, it's not even him. It's he popularized that idea, but it says here is an American author, pseudoscientific researcher. No, it's not him. Nope. Scratch that. It's not him. I'm trying to see where he got his source from. I mean, it's difficult to pinpoint exactly who quoted this, but regardless, within the NASA.gov website itself, it does mention how these alignments occur even today, but they don't actually comment on how that's possible. But it does say, like, if you look, it says alignments for each one of them. Like, for example, Abu Simbel, which is an Egyptian structure, says alignments. The interior of the temple is inside the sandstone cliff in the form of a man-made cave cut out of the rock. It consists of series of halls and rooms extending back a total of 185 feet from the entrance. As you walk to the rear of the temple, you come to the holiest of holies located in the back wall, where you find a statue of Ra Harakte, Amun-Ra, and King Ramses II. This temple is unique since the sun shines directly on the holiest of holies 2 days a year. Wait, what? Over here, it says the date of his coronation, October 22nd. Well, this specific one doesn't line up with the solstices, but it lines up with the specific coronation of this pharaoh or whatever. But it still lines up today, though. But that's not a good one. I'm trying to look for a good one in here on the side. The ones with the solstices. Let me see if I can find them. Oh, this one, Cambodia one, lines up with the solstices. That's Angkor Wat, which the one that Eowar, you know who Eowar is? So Eowar pointed out all the ones that line up with the solstices. Angkor Wat, Cambodia is one of them. Stonehenge is another one, but Stonehenge I don't trust because that one was restored. Let me see Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu says, yep, Machu Picchu lines up with the solstices. There's a bunch of these, bro. You have to filter through them and look through each one of them. But they so Machu Picchu, Angkor. Let me see what else. This one lines up also with the solstices and the equinoxes. It's called Brodgar. It says sometime between 3000 BC and 2000 BC, bro. Here, I'll screenshot it so you know what I'm talking about. Oh, he's gone. But yeah, I gotta get out of here, man. It's late. I gotta shower. But yeah, you know, go
bro.
through some of those sites on the side, and you'll see what I'm saying.
That's insane. I liked how the one guy, he put it tonight. He said a lot of people are following a calendar for like the linearness of it, and he said it's actually supposed to be followed for the appointed times, and that's when it starts to make sense in that mindset.
Yeah, man, it's pretty profound with the breath. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, that's awesome too. That's a really good way of describing it. Good shit, man. Have a good night.
You're welcome, bro. Later. I gotta go. Peace.
Come on, man. I wasn't gone that long.
Gio, baby. How you doing? Bring in my homies to say hi. Hello. Hello. Maybe they went to sleep. Do you think they got drugged? Did they all get roofied in here? Hmm. Oh. Maddie isn't allowed to talk in here. Hmm. Okay. I guess we leave, Bushel. Can you hear me, Bushel?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's weird.
Wait. I got perm. Okay, thank you, whoever did that.
Thank you. Okay. So I guess they're gonna allow us to talk freely. Thank you.
There's a lot of people at the in politics in the Christian chat. You want to go there?
Where's that at?
In the politics server.
In here?
No, not in here.
Why are you saying that we're gonna leave out of here to go somewhere else? That's kind of
There ain't
rude.
nobody in here. We're just in here talking to each other.
They are in here. He just unlocked Maddie for him to be able to talk. And now you're saying we're gonna leave and go do something else.
I don't hear nobody talking.
We're talking. Okay. Okay. So politics and their server. Let me see. I hate new people, especially when there's a lot of people. Ew. Oh, it makes me want to throw up. Main is too big.
I don't think I'm in that server either.
There's too many people. You're not going to be able to talk. Go have fun, Bushel. You're not going to talk in there. Nobody's going to listen to you. I guarantee you. Go ahead.
Well,
no, there's too many
I
people.
don't feel like talking. I just want to hear.
Whenever there's, so I want a bedtime story. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's over 20 people. There's over 20 people. Yeah. There's over 20 people in there.
Wisdom's
You're not
server, the Chess Club's got like people in there like Spurdo if you want to hear them talk.
Okay, give me the link to that because I'd rather talk to Spurdo than fucking politics. But like this room is cool. Like they gave us a room to talk, and it's live on YouTube. So hi YouTube people. Hello. Say hi. I love you. Go check out the obsolete. Rose
I'm
Patton,
Jonah.
the obsolete. Oh, and I have a Discord too, the obsolete. See, these people are cool. If you want to go to the politics or religion room, you're not going to be able to speak though. I guarantee. You're not.
So I sent the link to the Chess Club. I don't know what's going on in there, but Spurdo
Well,
and
I don't play
Wisdom,
chess.
I don't think they're
I don't
playing
play
chess.
chess.
I think it's just I don't even know.
I like chess.
But I love Geo. I love Geo, and I love everybody in here, and I don't understand why everybody's being quiet. Maybe they're bored. You know what? Maybe they're done talking, and they want other people to talk. That's what it is. Thank you, you guys. I love you. Love you. Maybe.
You know who I see come in here? Truth Peaker.
Oh, Truth Peaker. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in here the last couple of days. I've been spying. And
Oh. Oh. Well, you know about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not a good thing. Never peek at the truth. If you're gonna peek at the truth, then don't even look at it at all. Either you're gonna look at it or you're not. Don't peek.
Yeah, Don't peek and pretend
He's
you didn't see it. Yeah.
right, right. You know why? Because I had to live with the truth for over 18 years. I had to live with the truth. I couldn't peek at that shit.
Yeah.
You know? You don't get that comfort. Who the fuck are
No.
you? No? Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Anyways, you guys, I guess we're gonna go over to politics and politics. Bushel? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Send me an invite
You're
to
gonna
that
want to
again,
come.
email.
You guys are gonna want to come back here. Trust me. This is nice. This is a very nice invitation. Everybody's quiet. We're being recorded on YouTube. I think this is a nice situation. You're gonna regret it. Okay, let's go. You're gonna regret it. It's like the club you never wanted to go to, and
I
they
don't
all
have an
turned out to
invite.
be vampires or something. Here, here I'll give you an invite. Give me a second. All right.
Thank you.
There you go. I guess we're going down to the Christian room. It's a full room. You're not going to be able to talk. So basically, you're going to listen. Shut up and listen. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what's this panel lock? I can't go in.
How many is in
well.
here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm seeing it. Bushel is not even in. Oh yeah, Bushel's there. Yep, Bushel's there. There's too many people. Why would you want to go into a room with that many people? You're not going to be able to talk.
Yeah. Like, who the hell are these
Little G.
people?
Oh, I see little G in Batman fucker in 24/7. Go down a little bit with the globe.
Yeah.
You'll see the globe 24/7. Batman bitch and little G in the same
Ew.
room. Oh, it's so disgusting. Oh god, I want to throw up. Okay.
Sounds like
Yeah.
fun.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So go to. Okay. You can't go to a full. You never go to a full room. Ask a Christian. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people. Let's go to ask a Christian. You see that room?
Yeah.
Okay, go there. If it doesn't work out, listen. If it doesn't work out, we'll meet back up in the obsolete in the zone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.